Witam serdecznie z tej strony Zaiber, a to kolejny film, kolejna odsłona serii ABC. No dobrze, skończyliśmy na 29%. No to tak naprawdę nie jest daleko. Zobaczymy, co z tego wyjdzie. Oczywiście ostatnio się trochę zawiodłem, ponieważ myślałem, że gram o platynę. Jak się okazało, jednak nie. No ale dobra. I tak myślę, że warto pograć. Z tego co pamiętam, teraz mieliśmy iść do domu Betty, czyli drugiej ofiary, mordercy ABC. Muszę sobie przypomnieć sterowanie. O, się nachodzili.
Hastings appears to be ill at ease.
Nic nie ma. Dobra, no to wbijamy na chwilę. Tu możemy wejść?
How do you do, mademoiselle? My name is Hercule Poirot.
I know you. You're that detective we hear all about.
I do not know if that is a compliment, but I will take it as one for now. You are Betty's sister.
Yes. My name is Megan.
Can we come in?
Please do.
No dobra, czyli się pojawiła kolejna
My
postać.
parents are at the police station. I doubt they'll be up to speaking to you later.
Do not worry, we will not bother them.
Did you know your sister's plans for yesterday evening?
No. I arrived by train this morning. My parents called me in a panic when they discovered that Betty had disappeared. She went out last night, but she didn't tell them where she was going.
What was your last conversation about?
Her new dress. She wanted a pair of black stockings to go with it. Mother brought her a pair. The very day it happened. She was crying. And to think that Betty never even wore them. Poor Mummy.
Ale chyba nie zależy. Coś tu wyczuwam, jakąś lipę. Megan Barnett. Dobra, co my tu mamy? O, oczywiście.
What is she feeling at the moment?
O Boże. No nie widać was. Coś tu jest.
Mr. Poirot, I don't like being stared at. If you have something to say, would you please say it to me?
Betty's older sister is not just sad, she is angry.
No miałem rację, że szybko to załatwię. Co mam z tym pianinem?
The Barnard appeared to make music a priority in their budget.
A może była zazdrosna, talent. Coś mi tu brzęczy.
They're all Miss Modest, but the Barnards are definitely music lovers.
No dobrze.
This gramophone is magnificent. It is a one-off, without a doubt.
Że sztukę lubię, bo tutaj dużo tych zdjęć. To jest zdjęć bez obrazów.
Family photos and files.
Coś tu musi być. A, dalej tu przeszliśmy, okej. Już przejrzałem. A, lustro.
Hastings always pays more attention when young women are being questioned.
Dobra, prawdziwy łysy z bezersazyjny. Dobra, co my tu mamy?
Did Betty go out often?
My sister wasn't a child, sir. She used to go out. She enjoyed films, dancing. She was a very good girl who didn't hang around with men. That's what they always say, no?
I am not interested in what people say. I am interested in the truth, Mademoiselle Barnard. If you only knew how much I would like to talk with someone who does not know that your sister is dead and who could provide me with a true portrait of her beyond the formalities.
The truth is that my sister was a silly little fool. I tried to reason with her, but she behaved like an idiot.
In what way?
She used to say that if she was going to marry Don, she might as well have some fun now.
I understand. Please continue.
Oh, excuse me, I have to answer that.
But of course.
Betty's room is opposite the stairs on the first floor. Feel free to take a look if you think it might be useful.
This young woman is far too clever not to have anything else for us.
Do you think she's hiding something?
That is what I'm trying to find out.
Surely you don't think she did it?
I did not say anything of the sort. But young women always ruin your judgment, Hastings. Who knows, maybe Megan was jealous of her attractive young sister.
I see. She may have had her sights on the inheritance. Or maybe she was in love with Donald Fraser.
We have to study all scenarios, even the most unlikely. But I doubt that Mr. and Mrs. Barnard are rich enough to justify murder. While I try and get Miss Barnard to talk, I would like you to try and find Donald Fraser. It should be easy to find the estate agents where he works. Bring him to the Ginger Cat. I would like to talk with him before the chief inspector finds him.
No to co? Idziemy do góry. Jeszcze nie, tu mogę iść. Znaczy do góry mogę iść. No co jest? Dobra. No wiem. A, czyli ona śpiewała. Przygotowywała się, widać. Dobra, podejdziemy tu. Myślę, że to tak nie będzie różnicy miało. W jakiej kolejności wszystko zrobię.
It looks like Betty was also a music lover, the same as her family. Without a doubt, Betty used to sing.
Kurde. Dobra.
A box of new stockings. It looks like Betty has a very busy life.
No tak, wszyscy zabiegali o nią, było ładna.
Betty liked luxury and going out, and being as pretty as she was, she probably did not have any problem getting herself invited.
No tyle to, że to jest kobieta na pewno. oczywiście. Kręć wąso, kręć wąso.
Looking at all the clothes she took out, Betty must have had a problem deciding what to wear. Maybe she had a date?
No, bardzo możliwe. Może miała syndrom cichodajki, więc no... Co ja mogę mieć? Tu coś jest. Chyba... No dobra, jakieś... Oj... Leki? To nie jest coś z tej firmy, którą tamta...
Medicine to prevent voice loss. Did Betty have problems with her voice? This small key should be useful to me. I've finished with this subject.
Co tu robi? Co tu robi?
A record sleeve with an handwritten title. Betty must have recorded a demo. I'd be interested to hear it. A record sleeve with an handwritten title. Betty must have recorded a demo. I'd be interested to hear it. Something on this clock bothers me.
Do góry jest. Jak go nakręcić? Tu. Chyba ten.
This metal disc is stuck. There, that's better.
Okej. Z komentarzem.
Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock. Strange. A sheet of paper. This wooden panel is blocked. I can't open it. What a strange mechanism. I don't think it serves to turn the hands.
Pamiętacie, o co chodzi? Chyba trochę na ślepo to robię. Aha, bo to odblokowywało zegar. Ja bym przesunął się ile się da, tyle później. Kurde, jakiś poradnik by się przydał.
The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels. Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock. The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels. The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels. The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels. The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels.
Co to nie powiem? Ten klucz by pasował do tego.
This metal disc is stuck. This metal disc is stuck. This wooden panel is blocked. I can't open it.
To mnie daje spokoju.
This wooden panel is blocked. I can't open it. This wooden panel is blocked. I can't open it.
No, chyba ta zagadka mi przerosła, coś tak czuję.
Strange. A sheet of paper is blocked in the clock. Strange. A sheet of paper is...
Kurde. No, papier nie masz.
This wooden panel is blocked. I can't open it. This wooden panel is blocked. I can't open it.
Z tym musi być bardziej niż pewno.
This wooden panel is blocked. I can't.
O,
Could the screw be slightly loose? This decoration appears to be firmly fastened. This decoration appears to be firmly fastened. Good. It should be possible to open the wooden panel. Look, a key. This could be useful.
wszyscy są w sytuacji.
This decoration appears to be firmly fastened. The central cog is blocked. The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels. The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels. The cogs are blocked by these wooden panels.
O. Dobra.
Ah, something clicked on the front of the clock.
Poszło. Who is the master?
This could be useful. Betty, I enjoyed a wonderful evening in your company, and I hope that we will see each other again very soon. D. My dearest Betty, I know that your art is already spoken for, but you are the most beautiful dancer I have ever had the pleasure of meeting, and I am impatient to see you again. Adrian.
Ja trochę fagasów. Że chodzi o to, że jakiś ktoś mi coś mówi, że coś na dole trzeba zrobić z rzeczą z tego pokoju. Pewnie z tym kluczem. Kurde, co to trzeba było? Skończyła pipa już gadać? Nie. Jaka nie widzę.
Let us see. What is this? This looks like solfège.
Że kto?
This looks like solfège. There is bound to be a clue somewhere.
To jest to. Czyli dwie takie dadzą mi jedną taką, takie dwie dadzą mi jedną taką. Bez jaj.
I cannot open it. It looks like the mechanism is blocking it. That doesn't work. I must have forgotten a step. That doesn't work. I must have forgotten a step. There is bound to be a clue somewhere.
Że liczę, to chyba to jest to. Nie. Musi być mniejsza nuta. Dwójka, tak. też. Chyba co są trzecie. Nie, to na pewno będę 3. Ja pierdzielę, jaka głupota. Tu musiał być pół nuta, bo ta to jest za wysoka. Tego nawet nie widziałem. 2, 3, 4, 5.
I heard the sound of a mechanism being
O,
triggered.
co to było? Dobrze. No tak, bo to było tą boczną ścieżką się szło. Patrzyło raczej. Jezu, za dużo tego wszystkiego. Nie, a to będzie gdzieś tu. Co? No tak, krzyż pański, zlitujcie się. Chwila. 78T. To jest, wiesz, jakiś numer widziałem. Pierdzie, już mi się mózg zaraz przegrzeje.
I just have to put the record on the gramophone.
Nie to. To. O Boże, trzymajcie. No. Co za ciulostwo. Po co mi to? Jak mi ktoś to wytłumaczy. No bez jaj. Coś... Nie, coś jeszcze jest. Coś pominąłem. Kurde. Co to jest w ogóle? Zacznijmy od tego. Jak on kręci ten gramofon? Korba do gramofonu.
It looks like something goes in here.
Dobra. No. Ty, 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 ty.
Oh, Donald. We're in the middle of recording.
Sorry, Betty, but it's not wise. The doctor said you should risk your voice.
You're such a killjoy sometimes.
Betty was such a good singer.
It's true. Did she have any problem with her throat?
Yes, she had to be careful with her voice. Of course, she didn't follow the doctor's advice. If Don didn't insist, she... Well, it's too late for all that now.
It looks like this woman is single, but she has feelings for someone.
Czy ona była zakochana w Donaldzie?
She is looking so intensely at this photo. But is it really a sister that she's studying in this manner? They made the perfect couple, am I correct?
Yes, in a way. She was pretty and he...
Well?
He's a bright man, with a promising career ahead of him. He would have made Betty a good husband. He was always attentive and generous. Oh, a true gentleman.
I hear a note of envy in your voice.
You must have heard wrong.
Mhm.
You have not mentioned Donald's jealousy.
There's nothing to say.
You are a poor liar, Mademoiselle Bernard.
Excuse me, Mr. Poirot, but I do not see why you are interested in our humble little crime.
It would appear that your sister's murder is the second in a series that we have to stop as quickly as possible. The first was in Andover, and the same as your sister, the murderer sent me a letter informing me that a crime would be committed in that town. Now can I count on your honesty?
Yes, you have my confidence, Mr. Poirot. Don is a quiet and sensitive young man. Slightly reserved, too. And as is often the case with reserved people, when he flew into a temper, he completely lost control. He could be so violent. Betty was frightened.
And when was this?
The first time was about a year ago. But they rowed more recently. Donald found out that Betty had lied to him. She said she was going out with a girlfriend, but she went out for dinner with a married man. It was an awful scene. She told him that until they were married, she was free to go with whoever she pleased. Donald turned quite pale and started shaking and kept saying one day...
Well?
He'd commit murder.
So you were afraid that he would become our main suspect. I know that Fraser was jealous, but I wonder why you feel the need to protect him.
Exactly. Had you not told me about the case, I would never have dared to tell you about this little matter. Don loved Betty with all his heart. I can't imagine for one instant that he would hurt her.
Very good, Mademoiselle Bernard. Thank you for your help.
Kurde. No dobrze, to wydusiliśmy. O,
Fraser is at the Ginger Cat.
Arthur
The
przyszedł.
police haven't spoken to him, but they want to.
Très bien, Hastings. Let's see him now. Au revoir, mademoiselle. My deepest condolences to your parents.
Of course, Mr. Poirot. And don't be too hard on Don. He's more fragile than he looks.
If you say so. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
No proszę znów. Możliwe. Tak. No. Nie. O, może. Nie. A może? Mogło być to. No tak. Kurde to? O Boże, mam pustkę w głowie. No tak, to będzie raczej to. Haha, pykło. Ale teraz... No.
Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Jeszcze raz. Ja pierdzielę, wyluzujcie. Co moim zachowaniem? Proszę. Nie. No. Dobrze, to może być to. No, to prawda. Motyw zamordował własną siostrę. No niby miała motyw, bo mogła. Co my tu mamy? Kurde, za dużo opcji. Nie. To mogło trafić. Albo to jest muzyk. Chyba, że zazdrości, że spotykała się. No sobie to. No tak. Ha, trafiłem mistrzostwo świata. Fuck you. O, Boże, Boże, Boże. Dobra, tam sprawdziłem.
Hastings always pays more attention when you...
No, taki regularny jest. Dobra, chwila przerwy na fajkę. No dobrze, czyli teraz trzeba wrócić do tego baru. Kurde, muszę przyznać, że ten fragment był naprawdę ciężki. Tak jak ta pierwsza zagadka z literką A była banalna, tak tu no trochę się napociłem, trzeba przyznać, to kombinowałem. No ale dobra, kolejna rzecz.
You've seen Fraser, Hastings. What is your feeling?
He's a big chap. Fragile isn't exactly the word that springs to mind. I talked to his landlady before seeing him. She went to bed at 11. Fraser wasn't home yet.
Bien. Megan Barnard said he is a reserved character but with a nasty temper. We will see if this is the case.
No, tu nic nowego nie doszło, to już widziałem.
Hastings looks ill at ease. He really doesn't like Fraser. I've finished with this subject.
No, nie mogę go obserwować. No, co
How do you
pogadać.
do, Mr. Fraser?
You Hercule Poirot. Mr. Hastings said you wanted to speak to me.
Yes. I know that it may not be at the right time, but I would like to ask you a few questions.
O, mogę obejrzeć.
This man looks suspicious.
Tu nie spał całą noc. Może go zerwał?
Donald Fraser is in a terrible state, as if he hadn't slept all
Zerwało
night.
z nim. Uciekła.
And he's drinking White Horse.
Leave me alone. Tell me that it's a mistake. That Betty isn't dead.
Sadly, your lady friend has been murdered, Mr. Fraser.
Oh, Betty, if only you'd listened.
If she had listened to you, she would still be alive. Should I take that to be a confession?
With that sort of thinking, you must send a lot of innocent men to prison. Under different circumstances, I might even find you amusing, sir.
It's no time for amusement, Mr. Fraser. It is time to find your fiance's killer. Did you know what her plans were for the evening?
She said she was having dinner with her sister.
Yet, Megan only returned to Bexhill this morning, Mr. Fraser.
I didn't know.
Right. May I ask you what you were doing yesterday evening?
I spent the evening working.
Your colleagues can confirm this?
No, I often take work home with me.
You are lying, Mr. Fraser. As was Betty when she hid the fact from you that she was seeing other men.
Betty was a very decent young woman. How dare you sully her memory?
I am not interested in memories of her, Mr. Fraser. I am looking for a killer, and I need you to be my closest ally. That is, unless you have something to hide.
Of course I don't.
Très bien. So, what were we saying? Where were you yesterday evening?
I looked everywhere for her, but in vain. When she said she was going to have dinner with her sister on a weekday, I thought it was strange. I tried not to think about it, but I was like a lion in a cage. I was convinced she was lying. So I went round all the restaurants in the town. When I didn't find her, I went to the next town. But nothing. I must have got home about midnight or 1 o'clock.
Did anybody see you?
I don't think so. I didn't talk to anybody. I was so furious.
Ah, I knew I'd find you here, Poirot. I thought the victim's young man was here.
Yes, is all yours, Chief Inspector. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
No miał motyw. Jakby to chyba. Betty czasem wychodziła w celach towarzyskich. No Liby, no nie ma Liby. O kurde. Hehe.
Hastings is bound to tell me what he thinks about Fraser later on. Now is not the right time.
Fraser doesn't have an alibi and he's extremely jealous.
You are very skilled at summing up.
And yet you haven't asked Jap to arrest him.
It is too soon. But I agree, without the letters announcing the crimes, Fraser would already be behind bars. Bon, I think we have enough elements. Let's reconstruct the events at the scene of the crime.
I can't imagine how the murderer wasn't seen, though. Surely she must have struggled.
Let us try and imagine the scene.
O,
The killer and the victim are walking on the beach. Miss Betty has a bag, a belt around her waist, and carries her shoes in her hand. Both walk slowly to aunt number 5. Both of them walk slowly to hut number 6. Miss Betty enters the hut. She leaves without her belongings. Then she hides a code. They keep walking. Then she removes her belt.
The murderer moves behind her and then attacks her by surprise. The body falls, lifeless, on the sand.
Everything appears to match the crime scene, mon cher Hastings. That is exactly what happened.
Dało się? Czy nie? Haha, kurde. Jestem no. Się bałem, że bym musiał zaatakować. No. Dobra, poszło. Pyku. Ale co teraz?
Without the ABC, we might have suspected Mr. Asher and Mr. Fraser. But by signing his crimes, the murderer is making sure he's accused. In a way, it is very generous of him.
Generous? The murderer seduced Betty in order to lure her to the beach and kill her.
Indeed, the young woman was certainly careless, but not stupid enough to follow a stranger.
What are you planning to do, Poirot?
Return to London, mon cher Hastings.
Dupa. Szkoda, że poszło na zmarnowanie. Kurde, mogłem się rozglądać, może to któryś z tych osób, które patrzą mi gdzieś tam. Tym mordercą.
Right, back to London. There is nothing more for us to do here.
I'm coming, Poirot. According to the guide, the next train departs shortly.
Right, back to London. There is nothing more for us to do here.
Jap has decided to reveal details to the press. The alphabet murder is now famous.
It is not a bad idea. The more people who know, the greater our chances of finding out something of interest.
Poirot, I have a bad feeling. Poor Mr. Poirot, not so good at these little criminal matters as you thought yourself, are you? Rather past your prime, perhaps. Let us see if you can do any better this time. This time, it's an easy one. Churston on the 30th. Do try and do something about it. It's a bit dull having it all my own way, you know. Good hunting. Ever yours, ABC. Good hunting. Did you hear that, Poirot? The murderer seems to be taking it all as a game, a challenge. He will strike on 30th in Churston. We must warn Scotland Yard. No time to lose. We must prepare our suitcases for Churston.
Mon Dieu, it is already 10 o'clock. I will call Scotland Yard immediately.
Wąsik, piramida, jakiś trofeum wpadł. Jeszcze z tym. A, to za tamtą rozwiązanie drugiej zagadki.
In his haste, Hastings tore the envelope. Daily Flicker, July 30, 1935. ABC affair, no progress. The alphabet murderer is still on the run. Ever since the police found the connection between the Bexhill and Andover affairs, the inquiry has barely progressed. In this issue, we are publishing provocative letters sent by the killer to Hercule Poirot. Unfortunately, they have not yet helped to find him. Daily Flicker, July the 26th, 1935. The Bexhill... Hastings photo album. Bexhill-on-Sea, Sussex.
Hastings, baranie, gdzie ty jesteś? Dobra, trzeba zadzwonić.
Ah, some cool hair. Hello, chap. We received a new letter from ABC in the 10 o'clock post.
Where and when?
In Cheston. Today.
Today? I'll inform the population immediately.
I'll check the train times. Call me back. Hastings, what you are doing is an absolute disaster. That is no way to pack suitcases.
Heavens, we must hurry. We have to get to Churston before the murder.
Hastings' order and method are always necessary, regardless of the circumstances.
Okay, okay. I'll let you pack them.
All the same, it really is a disgrace to leave your belongings in such a mess. Voila. It only took a minute.
Poirot, you were right. I've just consulted the ABC guide. There's no hurry. The next train doesn't leave till 11:45.
You see, there is no need to hurry. We will not be in Churston until tomorrow morning. After the murder.
But why has the murderer warned us so late? It's not what he usually does. Did he do it on purpose?
Very good question, Hastings. We should also compare the letter we have just received with the other two. Although I have very little doubt about what we will find. Hastings, it would appear that you are getting slightly thin on top.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
Krążczycie, że to skopałem. Może nie. Może nie. Trzeba Musiałem te litery porównać.
Right, let us compare this new letter with the second one. Let us examine this more closely. Certain characters in the two letters may have similar defects. Yes, this I is weird. Right, let us compare this with the other letter. Yes, the I characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory. The W is not printed properly. Right, let us compare this with the other letter. Of course, the W characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. I have to find some other similar defects to confirm my theory.
No ja będzie pewnie.
Yes, the A appears to be quite unusual. Right, let us compare this with the other letter. That's right. The A characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. My theory was right. These two letters were written with the same typewriter. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Nie. Będzie to.
The letter should have arrived in time. The postmark shows that it was sent 3 days ago. However, our man made a mistake in the address, which explains the delay. All the same, the post office took their time correcting the error.
Come on, Poirot. Your address is not quite as well known as that of Scotland Yard. Poirot, the telephone. It must be Jap.
Mon ami, it is a pleasure to be working with you again. I have missed you this past few years.
Poirot, the telephone.
I have some news from Churchton. Bad news, I'm afraid. Sir Carmichael Clark was murdered while out on his evening walk.
Sir Carmichael Clark. The name is familiar to me.
He was a famous throat specialist, one of the best in London. A wealthy man, he retired to Combside, a beautiful house by the sea. He collected antiques.
Are you going there?
Yes, let's meet on the
Który
train.
możliwe leki, od którego poszli do tej drugiej. Kurde, co tu łączy wszystko? Nie mam za grosz pojęcia. O kurde, ale posiadłeś. Faktycznie dobry musiał być ten lek. Nie.
The victim is called Sir Carmichael Clark, one of the best throat specialists in London. The body was still warm when we found it. If we'd been warned earlier, we definitely could have saved him.
It appears that the murderer made a mistake when he wrote his letter.
A mistake? Lucky for him.
And what if he did it on purpose?
No. He's defined his madcap rules and he's sticking to them. It's a matter of pride for him. Shall we go up to the house, Poirot?
You go, my friends. I will come soon. This place is very calming. The site is exceptional. It is easy to imagine that Sir Carmichael used to enjoy stopping here every evening. The body is just in front of a bush. One of the only bushes in the surrounding area.
No tamte dwa u góry to co?
The body is just in front of a bush. One of the only bushes in the surrounding area. The vegetation behind the bush has been trampled. Jab has emptied the victim's pockets and has laid out their contents on this piece of wax cloth. It is pointless.
Jeden klucz był wyjęty.
An oriental dragon. It's an old piece, much older than the pocket watch on which it was fastened. Nothing appears to be missing from this wallet. A signet ring, very probably with the Clark family's coat of arms.
Nic więcej nie wiem. No dobra. Chciałem skończyć tą grę, szczerze mówiąc. No, gardło poderżnięte.
Sir Carmichael's throat was cut. It's a clean incision, a professional murder. The gravel on the path has been sprayed with blood that covers a conical-shaped area, which starts at the body and becomes wider as it moves further from the bush. Apart from the wound to the throat, the body is untouched. No cuts, no bruises. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
To na pewno. To może? To? Kurde. to będzie.
Sir Carmichael had his back to the bush when the killer cut his throat from behind. A fatal blow that sprayed blood over a range of more than 1 meter. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
O kurde. A co będzie? Jeszcze mi ciepło, jeszcze ciepło. Nie. To może to jest to. Tak, na pewno będzie to. No tam, bo za krzaków to mi finishera zwalną.
Have you finished, Poirot?
Chief Inspector, many questions remain unanswered, but I am certain of one thing. The killer has prepared his crime very carefully.
Quite right. He must have known Sir Carmichael's movements well to plan such an attack.
Dobra, kradzież, a wszystko stało.
The murderer struck with terrible savagery.
Yes, blood flowed. It's the first time he's attacked a man. He armed himself accordingly.
Have you spoken to the victim's family, Chief Inspector?
I've spoken to the brother, Franklin Clark. I didn't get much out of him. He's yours. I must get the body removed.
An ABC guide. I had better go up to campsite.
To be honest, this inspector seems rather obtuse. I'm counting on your friend Poirot to catch my brother's murderer. Ah, here he is now. Please, Mr. Poirot. Mr. Poirot, this is my brother's secretary, Miss Thora Gray.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Poirot. Would you like some tea?
No, thank you, mademoiselle. I find it hard to digest. There is something very viril about him. There is something very viril about him. Franklin Clark is an adventurer, the sort of man that women like. There is something elegant about her.
Ten smok.
She has good taste, except perhaps in her choice of jewelry.
tu się kryje?
Please excuse me, I have to take care of Lady Clark.
O Jezu. Aż mózg mi paruje. Ciekawe, czy jeszcze dużo tej gry zostało. Dobra, chwila przerwy. Wracam do gry.
It is not the right time. Hastings does not like very hot tea. He's going to blow on his cup for a good while before drinking.
My brother's wife is gravely ill. You will probably want to question her, but I fear that it won't be possible today.
Rather just say that you do not want her to testify.
You don't seem to realize her condition. She doesn't even know he's dead. Sorry, but it's not possible.
Of course, I understand. Someone set a trap for your brother. Who was familiar with his habits?
Everybody knew he took his evening walk at 8:30, and that he always followed the same path.
Was it your favorite novel?
The Railway Children by Edith Nesbit. I know it's a children's book, but it's enthralling.
So it was you who found the body.
Yes, along with the gardener.
Have you seen any strangers around the house recently?
No. As far as I know, nobody has been near the house. Oh, Lady Clark must have fallen from her chair. I have to help Miss Grey get her up.
Hastings, while our host is gone, let's examine the drawing room.
But, Poirot, a gentleman shouldn't...
I take full responsibility. All you have to do is to leave the drawing room door ajar and let me know if anyone is coming. It is an emperor. His place at the center of the table is probably symbolic. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Sir Carmichael showed himself to be very consistent in his collection's theme. A turtle. A tiger. A crane? A dragon. Comside's private collection, purchases since 1920. The catalogue for Sir Carmichael Clark's collection. It's locked. Sir Carmichael's collection could rival that of a major museum. Sir Carmichael's collection could rival that of a major museum. The interior is richly decorated. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Sir Carmichael showed himself to be very consistent in his collection's theme. The cardinal points. This book could maybe help me. Each cardinal point is associated with one animal and one color. In the middle sits the imperial dragon, and out of respect, all the others are turned towards him. Each cardinal point is associated. Turtle, the dragon, the crane, and the tiger. I think I've already seen this motif somewhere. The position of each motif is correct, but they are not turned the same way as on the table. The position of each motif is correct, but they are not turned the same way as on the table. I think I heard a bang. Could it be this cupboard? This is interesting. These daggers are only ceremonial weapons. I do not think that the crime weapon is here. Ernest Logan, MD, Brighton Cancer Institute, 201 Dusk Road, Brighton, Sussex. To Sir Carmichael Clark, MD, Comsite Churstone, Devon. Brighton, 1935, January the 5th. As a man of science, I owe it to you to be completely frank. Lady Clark, your wife is suffering from a generalized terminal cancer. I confess I didn't suspect anything like that during the first exams. But with the test results I have received today, there is unfortunately no place for doubt. I estimate that Lady Clark's life expectancy is no more than 1 year. Hospitalization would not help in her case, so I advise you to keep her at home and provide her with as much morphine as required to ease her last moments. Yours sincerely, Ernest Logan.
Here's Miss Grey.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Lady Clark's condition requires regular care. I believe you want to ask me a few questions.
Indeed, mademoiselle. This porcelain is remarkable. Is it old?
It's about 3 centuries old, I believe. Wait, let me find the reference.
She appears to be very flustered.
Just a minute, please, Mr. Poirot.
She's unable to hide her emotion, and her makeup has been disturbed. I think that this young woman has just been kissed.
Here? Teapot with black dragon, Gangxi period, end of the 17th century. It is a rare piece with unusual colours.
You have a good knowledge of art history.
Acquired while working with Sir Carmichael. I used to help him manage his collection and choose his new acquisitions.
Did you have a good relationship with your employer?
He treated me well, and I am sorry for his death.
Have you seen any strangers hanging around in the past few days?
No. Nobody has been near Comside.
Tell me what happened last night.
After dinner? Well, I did some sewing and then I went to bed. I was woken by the telephone at 11. I heard Franklin Clark speaking with the gardener. They left with some lanterns and they found the body.
Am I right thinking that something is going on between you and Franklin?
How dare you ask me such a question?
And you? How do you dare kiss your good friend in the house of a dead man?
Mr. Poirot, you are behaving despicably.
Miss Grey, if I may be so bold, please do not take offence. My friend has rather unusual methods, but all he wants is to find the murderer.
Yes, I understand. I must rest. Please excuse me.
Earlier, you asked me to watch the living room door for you. I don't wish to be indiscreet, but sometimes a gentleman stumbles upon a secret without intending to.
That is sometimes the case.
And I saw Franklin Clark kissing Miss Grey at the foot of the stairs.
Do you think this is a common occurrence?
No, I saw emotion, intensity. I think it was their first kiss.
Well done, mon ami. Well spotted.
However, I don't think I completely understand this business. Why did Sir Carmichael not defend himself? He appeared to have been active and strong.
The murderer did not give him a chance. Let us try and reconstruct the scene. Sir Clark is taking his customary walk. Our killer is hiding behind a bush. The old man walks quietly along the gravel path. Then he turns towards the sea to gaze at it. The killer leaves his hiding place on the right-hand side. He approaches silently over the grass. Then he throws himself on his prey and cuts the poor man's throat. He then lays down the ABC before leaving. Everything appears to match the crime scene, mon cher Hastings. That is exactly what happened.
Oh, just a minute. I'm getting dressed.
Mr. Kirst, have you recently returned from Churston?
Yes. Indeed I have.
Have you seen the papers? And to think that you might have rubbed shoulders with the killer. Imagine that. Mr. Kirst, are you all right? You don't seem well.
My apologies. My throat is burning and my head feels heavy. It's ever since the war, you know. Since my injury, my head has never been the same.
Poirot, it's a pleasure to be with you again after all these years. I looked for a gift to thank you, and I found this propelling pencil.
Mikrofon odłączony.
An authentic collector's item. You spoil me, mon ami.
And you more so by sharing investigations.
Do not underestimate the help you are to me, Hastings. Intellect is not everything. There is also goodwill, and you are not short of that. Later, I will ask you to help me tidy up the room and bring some chairs. Our guest will be here soon.
Ah, is Thora Grey coming?
Naturally. She is a fascinating young woman, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, come on, Poirot. I'm a married man. And Miss Grey has already been courted by Franklin Clark. Poirot, our guests will be here soon. We must prepare ourselves.
I should take advantage of the silence to examine them. Donald is always on edge. Donald Fraser is very nervous at the moment, even if he's trying hard to control himself. She appears to have taken more care with her appearance than the last time. She's looking at Mr. Fraser out of the corner of her eye. Did she make herself beautiful for him? The song says, "Sometimes I love a blonde who comes from Eden by way of Sweden. But I am not sure that this blonde is an angel." The song says, "Sometimes I love a blonde who comes from Eden by..." Sometimes I love a brunette, sometimes I love a blonde. That's what's the... I should take advantage of the silence to examine them. Franklin Clark always seems at ease, regardless of where he is. Something that's unique to people who travel. Franklin Clark always... I ought to concentrate on my guests. I wish to thank you all for coming. I wanted to bring everyone close to the victims here in order to unmask the murderer.
Get to the point, Mr. Poirot. What do you want from us?
You are an intelligent woman, Mademoiselle Barnard, and I'm sure that you have already understood my intentions.
You think that if we put our heads together, we might come up with something new?
I am convinced of it. What I ask is that you search your memories. The murderer must have left some trace.
Yes, he must have prepared his crimes very carefully.
Tout à fait. He did not get to Bexhill at midnight in order to strangle a young girl whose name by chance starts with P.
Must we go into that?
Mr. Fraser, please get a grip on yourself.
Well, I want to help you, but I don't remember anything else. Nothing I haven't already said.
And you, Mademoiselle Barnard, did your sister say she was seeing another man?
She never would have told me.
Allons, surely sisters have no secrets.
She never spoke about any of that to me. Do you believe me, or do I have to repeat myself? Betty knew I didn't approve of her behavior. Her flirting was spoiling any chance she might have had.
Tell me, mademoiselle, what did you talk about with your sister?
Silly things. Her new dress. She wanted a pair of black stockings to go with it. Mother bought her a brand new pair. The day it happened, she was crying.
Your sister used to sing, I believe. Did she ever perform in public?
She dreamt about it, but she had a very bad cough. It troubled her greatly. She had to cancel auditions and miss lots of opportunities. A pity.
Yes, she sang well, but that doesn't tell us much about the murderer.
Qui sait? In any case, we now have enough information to draw up a relatively precise psychological profile. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Kurde. No, to może być to. To prawda. No tak, no better jest to było to better. Niech tak będzie. A, skopałem.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we can now surmise without too much risk of error that our adversary is calculative, sure of himself, a seducer, of outstanding intelligence, that he has plenty of self-control, and that he likes railways. It's a good start. Other meetings may be necessary. I hope that you will be able to come back again.
Well, it's just that...
You do not have the money to pay for the train, is that it?
It's normal that people helping with this inquiry should be reimbursed. Starting with you, Miss Drower. Please allow me to pay for your train tickets.
Oh, sir, I cannot accept.
But you must. Mademoiselle, I may not be rich, but my brother left a fortune which will be mine.
Mr. Clark, that's very generous of you.
Well, someone has to foot the bill. Mr. Poirot, would it be possible for you to come back to Devon? Lady Clark has expressed a wish to see you. We'll adjust her medicine so she'll not be too drowsy.
But of course, I shall come the day after tomorrow if it is convenient. Thank you all for coming. We will meet again soon. The meeting was most fruitful.
Really?
Hastings, I believe now we have everything we need to find a common point between the victims. Now it is time for us to use our grey matter. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Nie. No tak. Nie. Tak.
The first two victims suffered from bad throat, and that was precisely the specialty of the third victim, Dr. Clark.
We have a lead.
It would pay to take a closer look at the medical records of Dr. Clark's patients.
We'll do so during our next visit to Churston.
I will do it myself, mon ami. You must remain in London just in case ABC sends us another letter.
Very well, as you wish. Thank you for coming, Mr. Poirot. Lady Clark is waiting for you in her bedroom on the first floor. Please excuse me, I cannot stay for the interview. I've to take Miss Grey to the station to see our lawyer in Torquay.
Are you leaving Churston for good?
Miss Grey very kindly stayed with me to settle my brother's affairs. But naturally, she prefers to find a position in London.
Ah, très bien.
I'll be absent all morning, Mr. Poirot, but the nurse is coming soon. She's to ensure that the dose of medicine doesn't make our patient drowsy.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Have a nice trip, mademoiselle.
Dobra, stamtąd wyszedłem wtedy. Idziemy do góry.
This poor woman is very ill.
Muszę ci się te 5 to nie powiedział.
This woman is suffering. She is in no state to have a conversation. It would be rude to make Lady Clark wait any longer. It would be rude to make Lady Clark wait any longer.
Mr. Poirot?
My respects, madame.
Thank you for coming. Thank you. Have you seen the nurse? She should have been here by now. Oh, I'm sorry.
The telephone in the hall is ringing. Lady Clark is in pain. The Clark residence. Detective Hercule Poirot speaking.
How do you do, Mr. Poirot? I'm Lady Clark's nurse. I wanted to let you know that I won't be able to come for her injection today. Might Miss Grey be able to do it?
She has just left, but I will take care of it.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. You'll find the skeleton key to open the medicine cabinet hidden in the lion trophy.
You can count on me. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you kindly. Goodbye, Mr. Poirot.
Here is the skeleton key. April 1925, Aceh Province, Sumatra. It is not the right time. Lady Clark is in pain. I have to give her an injection. Lady Clark is in pain. I have to give her an injection of morphine to ease her suffering.
Ah, Mr. Poirot. Ah, I feel better now. Thank you for your help.
You asked for me, chère madame.
Yes. Yes, of course, I wish to speak with you. But what was it about?
No doubt. You wish to talk to me about what happened to your husband?
Ah, yes. Oh, poor Carmichael. Has the madman who killed him been caught?
Not yet, chère madame. There was a great many people in Cheston on the day of the murder.
Indeed. People go straight to the beach. They don't come near Coomside.
So, there were no strangers around the house that day?
Who said that?
The people who live here. Your brother-in-law, Miss Grey.
Miss Grey? Oh, I don't like her. Franklin wanted her to stay, but I insisted she should go. Immediately.
You are entitled to do so, not really?
I'm pleased that you approve. The others have been taken in by her. But at least you can see through that self-pity act. See what she's up to. Oh.
The subject would probably be useful to me. The subject would probably be useful to me. The mechanism appears to be broken. I hope that Hastings will not be cross with me. She's sleeping. I must find a way to wake her up gently. The subject would probably be useful to me. This couple appears to be having fun. Lady Clark and Sir Carmichael were very happy, but they did not have any children.
Dobra.
I hope that Hastings will not be cross with me.
Dobra. Po kolei wpalić to. A, jest jedynka. To będzie dwójka. No i to będzie trójka. Ojej, coś mi nie pasuje, że tam dwójka jest na początku. Aha. Chyba coś słyszałem, czy nie? No nie.
Oh, what are we talking about? Ah, yes. Thora Grey. Oh, Carmichael had great esteem for her. But for me, she was nothing but a hypocrite.
You're probably right, madame.
You have seen through her. I'm so pleased. that I've convinced you.
You are very harsh. Do not forget that the girl is an orphan.
Yes, and she used the fact to get around men. Take Franklin. He's fallen for her sweet-talking charms. Oh, he's a lovely boy, very plucky and sure of himself. But so naive. Oh, when it comes to women.
Miss Grey did look after you very well, though.
Outwardly. But she's hiding something. I think she tried to poison me.
Miss Grey? A poisoner? But everybody appears to like her.
It proves she knows what she's doing. She's manipulative and she's a liar.
A liar?
Let's see, didn't she say that on the day of the crime nobody was around Coomside?
That is correct.
Well, at 11 o'clock I saw her talking to someone.
Really? And what was this man like?
An ordinary sort of man with a very plain face. Oh, I don't remember well.
Was he a gentleman?
No, he was not a gentleman.
It would be best to leave her to sleep now. The telephone in the hall is ringing.
Tu przeszedł wszystko.
Hello?
Poirot, is that you? Hastings here.
Thank you for calling. Have you received a new letter from the murderer?
No, thank goodness. How are things in Churston?
I questioned Lady Clark, but I will not leave until I have examined everything of interest to me here. Fortunately, Franklin is absent, and I have a skeleton key.
Have you seen Thora Grey again?
Briefly. But rest assured, I intend to summon her to London soon.
She's a fascinating girl.
But secretive. I would like to ask her a few questions.
Poirot, she wouldn't hurt a fly.
Kurde.
Each to his own, my
Wszystko mi
friend.
podoba.
Yours are pretty orphans, mine old ladies
Szczerze, w
that
pewnym
have
momencie chyba się
maladies.
zgubiłem z fabułą.
Poirot, are you mocking me?
No ill intended, rest assured. À bientôt, mon ami.
Coś niebieskiego, tak jak u tamtego kolesia na filmiku. Czy to jest ta sama trutka? Nie, jakiś list. Co z tym smokiem chodzi?
The Black Dragon's Curse. To Franklin, who will never grow up. January 25, 1928. Car Charlotte. Miss Thora Grey, Comside, Churston, Devon. Arsenic trioxide thallium.
Jesus. Tam coś jeszcze musi być.
I going to open this trunk? Let us examine it.
To było 1900 coś, 1927. To musi być to, bo innego kodu nie. Kurwa, widzę, że sąsiedzi dobrze się bawią. Pewnie nie
Leaving the
słychać.
code on the trunk. What a strange character Franklin is.
O co tu chodzi? Kurde. Tu by trzeba na 20 zmienić.
So, what is this sound? I should be able to open the trunk now. There we are.
Bez jaj. Nie no, już, kurde.
Whiskey and other good quality drinks. Mr. Clark really has refined tastes. Whiskey and other good quality drink.
Tu coś będzie. Jest coś.
Why has Franklin put an Allen key inside his trunk? I'll borrow it for a minute.
Aha. Nie.
An Allen key. It can be used in 5 positions.
Kurde. Coś tu musi być. No bez jaj, to jeszcze nie koniec.
Whiskey and other good quality drinks. Mr. Clark really has refined.
Tu jeszcze coś jest. Okrągłe.
Another screw.
Bez jaj.
This engraving is not very easy to understand. I need to sort it out. It is blocked.
To jest trochę denerwujące.
It is blocked. It is blocked.
Zgadza.
It is blocked.
No przecież teraz wszystko jest dobrze. Nie, nie jest dobrze.
Franklin must really love his country to have an engraving in his trunk. I think I heard the panel above release. signet ring? A signet ring with a code written on it.
1587.
1587. It may be useful to me. The door is locked. This unit contains the medical records for Sir Carmichael Clark's patients. Let us study them close. Lots of dust. The records from E to Z. No known names. No dust on the records. No known name. Order and method above all. Let us finish examining the mansion while no one is around. A dark dragon for a bright-haired maid. See. I've already seen similar daggers. Attention, Franklin. Task list. A. Ordering Lady Clark remedies. Done. B. Tidying up real estate. E. Update land rent accounting. Done. F. Ordering a restock of arsenic. Done.
No dobra, tu później wrócę. Czuję, że coś pominąłem, coś ważnego. Dobra, wróćmy tu.
A Chinese symbol is engraved on this metal disc. Position of this character looks right to me. The position of this character looks right to me.
Ten u góry skopałem, wyjdzie na to.
The position of this character looks right to me. Like this, this character appears to be the right way round. Very good. All the circles are facing the right way. What are they showing me? It's only a hinge. Nothing interesting. Well, well. The characters engraved on this padlock resemble those engraved on the metal discs. No, it's not the right code. Let us check the Chinese characters again.
To by było, powiedzmy, pierwsze, drugie, to będzie pierwsza, no takie te.
No, it's not the right code.
Druga będzie
Let's
ta.
check the Chinese characters again.
Też takie te. Dobra. Trzecie będzie to. Takie dwie odwrócone dziewiątki. Dobra, ostatni znak. Czyli to. Bum. Cyka, cyka.
At last, the cupboard is open. The Railway Children, Nesbit. For Franklin, und Heffy's Christmas, 1910. Genteel and wild, English countryside. Traveling in China. Helmet, flask, and rifles. Franklin is very well equipped.
Dobra, jedna zagadka za nami. Tu nie ma, to jest mapa.
February 1922, South Africa.
No muszę powiedzieć, że gra jest piekielnie skomplikowana. Tak jak na początku była banalna, a w tym momencie już podbiła ostro półkę. Znaczy powiem.
July 1920. Alaska Peninsula. Franklin appears to be very active. Franklin Clark appears to be a typical British gentleman. A good sportsman, a hunter, a traveler.
Oczywiście.
I think that signet ring should be placed here. I think that signet ring should be placed here. I think that signet ring should be placed here. The plates around the picture appear to have unlocked. I think I've already seen these symbols on Franklin's trophies.
Mhm.
The Alaskan Kodiak bear. The African kudu. lion of Sumatra. I heard the sound of a mechanism. Strange way of protecting one's safe. Triangulating one's hunting sites on a map.
Wtedy 15,87 będzie trzeba.
These documents are very likely going to help me for the rest of the inquiry.
Ja pierdzielę, te zagadki są pogięte, daję słowo.
A dozen gold sovereigns. Some shares for the Southern Railway and some treasury bills. This is not worth much, hardly enough to justify your robbery. Eton College School year, 1912-1913. Franklin Clark. School report for Franklin Clark. According to his teachers,
Dobra, czyli ten
Franklin was a good
pierścieniec się
student,
przydał, żeby to
lacked
otworzyć, ale...
discipline.
Dobra,
Sir Carmichael Clark, Campsite, Churston, Devon, to Mr. Franklin Clark, Peninsula Hotel, Salisbury Road, Tsinchasui, Kowloon, Hong Kong. Campsite, 1935, January the 12th. Dear Franklin, first, I wish you a good
Dobrze,
start to
wcześniej
a
spojrzałem na
successful
ten
new
pierścień,
year.
więc wiedziałem,
I have received
jaki
your
kod
letter
będzie tu.
dated December
Znaczy,
10th.
zgadywałem, że to ten kod.
Thanks for defending my interest against Wang, this robber. Things could have got pretty bad if you weren't a real cold-blooded guy. I envy you for that. Things go on here much as usual. Charlotte is moderately free from pain. I wish one could say more. You may remember Thora Gray. She is a dear girl and a greater comfort to me that I can tell you. I should not have known what to do through this bad time but for her. She has an exquisite taste and shares my passion for Chinese art. No daughter could be a closer or more sympathetic companion. Life has been difficult, but I am glad to feel that here she has a home and true affection. You wrote me you want to stay in China for one more year or even longer. I don't object. The longer you stay, the more opportunities you will have to increase our collection. Nonetheless, you should know that we miss you here, and that Charlotte will be gone by the time you come back. I am, dear Franklin, your truly affectionate brother. Charlotte Clark, Campsite, Churston, Devon, to Mr. Franklin Clark, Peninsula Hotel. I wish you with all my heart a happy year 1935. Right? At home, everything annoys me. Starting with this young Thora Sir Carmichael is so fond of. I have nobody to share my feelings with, so I write to you. How can I tell you what happens to me? The simplest way the better. I am doomed. I opened the secret drawer of Carmichael and read a letter not addressed to me. In this letter, Dr. Logan tells my... Sir, I know. But my husband doesn't know I know. Please don't tell him. And if he shares the truth with you, act as you are surprised. Car will probably... It does matter to me that you are aware of what happens in Campside.
Dobra, teraz idziemy to.
Campside's private collection. The catalogue for Sir... There are some very valuable objects here. compass point to the south. Bronze and
Zmieniło?
I see some papers that were not there the first time I visited. Valuers report property. Building land located in Comside, Churston Clyde. Court and Brunskill. The name is familiar. Is that not the name of the firm that... MD Brighton Cancer Institute 201 Dusk Road, Brighton, Sussex. To Sir Carmichael Clark, MD Comside Churston, Devon. Brighton, 1935. Lady Clark, your wife is suffering from a generalized terminal cancer. I confess I didn't suspect anything like that during... I estimate that Lady Clark's life expectancy is... These daggers are only ceremonial weapons.
Jednego brakuje.
Where is the horrible smell of carrion coming from? Something makes me feel uncomfortable. Brown pellets. Revolting. Tut-tut. The gardener does not follow the alignment. There, that's better. It is symmetrical.
A, trofka. Pada kryształek, co za...
There, that's better. It is symmetrical.
Bo to wszystko było symetryczne. Też powiem, że chyba nawet go rozumiem. Też tak czasem... No, coś tu jest. Kurde, taką posiadłość mieć, ja. To już to życie na nowo można było ułożyć.
It was probably the gardener who lit this fire. Look here. I wonder if someone wanted to get rid of these papers. This object would probably be useful to me. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work. Everything that Thorgray has left behind comes from Sir Carmichael's collection. He most probably gave them to her. But she chose to leave them here rather than run the risk of being accused of theft. It is understandable when you know just how much Lady Clark mistrusted her. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work. Thorgray had no reason to kill someone who only had few months left to live. The poison she ordered was for rats. The gardener must have made good use of it, considering the stinking remains on the path, not far from the property. I've finished here. I must put the skeleton key back and inform Hastings that I'm returning to London. Clark's greenhouse. It must hold.
Czy nie była taka zła? Po prostu papce przed śmiercią odwaliło, no. O kurde, szłap mnie bali od tych zagadek. Potem kiedy ostatni raz musiałem tyle szarych komórek wyślić. Wiesz, że tak skipując wszystko itp., to można byłoby to szybko zrobić. Tą grę. Z tego co widziałem na początku poradniku, są może chyba 6 godzin można, robiąc jakieś przeskoki save'ów, czy coś takiego. No już jestem.
April 1920. Perfect. Nothing else is keeping me here. Hello, Hastings. I have finished in Shurston. I will take the first train. Tell me, do you know how to restore writing on a burnt document?
Yes, you just have to soak a cloth with a hydrochloric acid solution and rub the sheet of paper. Then the characters appear.
Bien. You have been of great assistance, Hastings. Could you please order the solution as soon as possible?
Of course, but what documents do you want to read?
You will see, my friend. À ce soir.
No dobra. Kurde, myślę, że po tym
Donald Fraser is here. He insisted on waiting to see you.
Dobrze, kolejna trofka. Jakiś wąsik węgierski. Zastanawiam się, ile jeszcze mi tej gry zostało. No tak 5 razy drzwi myślę, że niedużo. Może z godzinka jeszcze. Myślę, czy od razu wtedy... Tak myślę, czy od razu wtedy już robić drugie podejście, czy możesz sobie odpuścić. No tak naprawdę za bardzo nie ma tu nic do odblokowywania, mi się wydaje. To tyle, żeby te błędy popełnić z tego, co wiadomo. No chyba, że teraz się dziś jeszcze pierdzielę, co też jest bardzo prawdopodobne przy mojej zdolności manualnej. Dobrze. No dobra, chwila przerwy. Trzeba się dotlenić. Czy żeby mózg sfiltrował. No dobra.
This man is tired. Donald is short of sleep, and it looks as if he didn't even bother to undress before going to bed. Royal, mathematical, and statistical. It's highly probable. Yes, and it is easy. On the one hand, the ratio of towns, cities, and villages in England. After this initial calculation, it is easy to deduce the likelihood of action. Go to the last page to find our result. Daily Blag, August 31. Sometimes small things troubled great men. Hastings faced 3 mornings in a row. He confided to us that this apparently casual event has greatly disturbed my friend.
Poirot. Poirot, since my return, I see that you have fewer grey hairs than when I last saw you. How is that possible?
Mon ami, I am sure that you will find the explanation all on your own.
Mr. Poirot, I don't know why I'm here.
You wanted to talk, and you came to find the only man capable of hearing you.
Mr. Poirot, since Betty's death, I've doubts about myself. I don't know what to do. And I keep having a horrible dream 3 nights in a row.
Have a drink, and tell me about this dream.
It's always the same. I'm on the beach with Betty. I grab her round the throat, and I squeeze, and squeeze until she's dead.
Have you seen Megan Barnard recently?
Yes, our grief has brought us together. I never really knew her before, but I would never tell her about my...
Why not? Is it
No, it's Betty. I want Betty.
very interesting? Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
No, teraz pasuje. No, to by pasowało. Dobra.
Mr. Fraser, I think that the real meaning of this dream is that you are in love with Megan Barnard.
Please go on. Do.
This dream certainly betrays your guilt.
Oh,
But what do you feel guilty about? Having killed your fiancé? Possible. or forgetting her very quickly for her sister.
So you don't really think I was the one?
I do not exclude this theory. I am simply saying that I do not need to know that.
Thank you for being frank, Mr. Poirot. You've helped me a great deal.
It is late, Mr. Fraser, and you are...
I'll sleep on the train. I like trains.
Poor boy, he seems completely lost.
Well, women seem to like him. I think... Oh, I remember. Did you order...
Yes, we'll be
Bien, it is late, and ask Miss Grey to come tomorrow morning. I have a few... Mademoiselle, I asked you here in order to answer a very important question. You lied to us, and I demand to know why.
But what are you talking about?
Yet, Lady Clark maintained that she saw you talking to a stranger on the front doorstep.
Really? She must have been mistaken. Oh, I remember now. I'd forgotten all about it, but it wasn't important. It was just a salesman. One of those traders who sell stockings from door to door.
Can you describe him to me?
Medium size, glasses, dark suit, and a felt hat. Not the sort of man you notice. Completely harmless. That's why I forgot all about him.
Nothing else?
He was very hesitant and shy. Usually door-to-door salesmen are very confident. But he wasn't.
A ta druga ofiara miała kupione rajstopy.
You also forgot to tell me that you had been fired.
You never asked me. It was Franklin who led you to believe that I left voluntarily. He's more chivalrous than you. I don't wish to lie. Lady Clark did not appreciate my presence. And Franklin could not go against the wishes of a sick lady. He is a good man, and he worries a great deal about his sister-in-law.
I noticed that you left some personal belongings behind at Churston. Are you planning on returning to Churston?
Who knows what the future holds?
Bien. I must ask you one last question. Please reply frankly with either yes or no. If Lady Clark had died, would you have agreed to marry Sir Carmichael if he'd asked you?
How dare you ask such a question? Sir Carmichael treated me just like his daughter. And all that I ever felt him was affection and gratitude, nothing else.
Thank you, mademoiselle. I will not keep you any longer.
I met Thora Grey on the stairs. Her cheeks were ablaze, and she appeared to be deeply hurt. Poirot, have you offended the poor girl again? Do you have good reasons for accusing her?
I accused her of nothing, Hastings. I simply asked her an important question she did not answer. Let us see if we can answer it for her. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Dobra, jest.
You must know how to read between the lines, Hastings. When Sir Carmichael refers to paternal affection, he's lying to himself. Read this engraving on the brooch. A dark dragon for an angel with glossy hair. These are the words of a lover, not a father. Lady Clark was not wrong.
What if Sir Carmichael had fallen in love with his secretary? That doesn't mean that she forced him to do so.
True, there are extenuating circumstances. She is a penniless orphan. But she's calculating. Just look how she avoided it when asked if she would have married Clark.
I see. You think she seduced Sir Carmichael for her own gain, and that now she is doing the same with his brother. Poirot, your world is a very dark place.
Do not get carried away, mon ami. We have another more important matter to settle.
Really?
Yes, would you believe that Miss Grey taught me something new? Let us now try and get our brain cells to work. It's perfectly clear, Hastings, perfectly clear. Indeed, a stocking seller visited Andover, Bexhill and Churston on the day of each murder. We have our suspect. This should be of interest, Jap. Ah, some cool hair. Chief Inspector, we are looking for a stocking salesman.
I see you have a suspect.
Yes. Contact all the stocking wholesalers who may employ him.
Your suspect is a salesman?
No, he does not take orders. He sells door to door.
Right. The hunt is on.
Are you leaving, Mr. Cust?
Yes, I'm going to Cheltenham.
You shouldn't travel today. You don't look very well.
I have to. I have engagements. I must respect them.
Can you get the post, Hastings?
And why don't you go and get it yourself?
Très bien. What's going on? I've never known Hastings to be so disagreeable. It is not the right time. Poor Mr. Poirot. I'm quite sorry for you. If at first you don't succeed, try again. We've a long way to go still. Typery? No, that comes later. Letter T. The next little incident will take place in Doncaster on September 11th. So long. ABC. I should compare this letter with the one on my desk which I received earlier to see if it does. Hastings, for your hair.
Yes?
There exists an accessory, how shall I say, that can be fastened to the scalp and covered with your own hair. Let me be quite clear, it is not a wig.
Come on, Poirot, I'm not losing my hair. It's just thin slightly.
Przeanalizujmy znów.
Let us examine this more closely. Certain characters in the two letters may have similar defects. Yes, this I is weird. Yes, the A appears to be quite unusual.
Muszę pojedynczy.
Right. Let us compare this with the other letter. That's right. The A characters in the two. I have to find some other.
Szczerze mówiąc, skończyłbym tę grę. Jestem
Yes,
po prostu kompletnie zmęczony.
Right. Let us compare this with the other letter. Yes, the I. I have to find. It... Right. Let us compare. Of course, the W characters in the two letters do indeed have the same defects. My theory was right. These two letters were written with the same typewriter. Hastings, he strikes tomorrow. Chief Inspector Japp?
He's on another line. Can I take a message?
Yes, please, mademoiselle. It is from Hercule Poirot. Tell him ABC strikes tomorrow in Doncaster. He must call me back.
Very well, sir.
Bien, now I'm going to see what I can find from these burnt documents. I've received the product I need. Hastings, if you do not mind, I would like you to take a few notes.
Yes, yes.
Now, down to work. What of this needs putting in order a little? I think that this is right. This page is finished. That's done. 3 more to go. This page is child's play. This page is finished. And that's 2 done. It's easier than I thought. I think that this is right. This page is finished. Only 1 more. Keep going. This page is child's play. This page is finished. All the pages are reconstructed. The cloth is now soaked with solvent. Got it! Make a note, Hastings, make a note. Mrs. Alice Asher, shop owner in Andover. Tracheitis, hemoptysis, prescribed laudanum.
I got it. Look. Poirot, where on earth did you find these files?
On a fire at the bottom of the garden at campsite.
All right, but where did the person who burned them find them?
Alice Asher, shopkeeper in Andover. Tracheitis, hemoptysis, chronic cough with loss of blood. Prescribed laudanum-based cough medicine. Betty Barnard, waitress in Bexhill. Chronic bronchitis causing dysphonia. Advised to stop smoking. Alexander Bonaparte Cust. War wounded, mustard gas and head trauma. Pulmonary emphysema. Hemoptysis. Coughing fits with blood. Suffers from absences and amnesia. Dick Dudley Dunbar, owner of the Black Swan Hotel in Doncaster. Asthmatic, heart disease, heart condition. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Dobra. Czyli tak, te dwa są na pewno pewne, ale co z pozostałymi? Nie to chyba. Jest.
The burned documents are medical records, and without a doubt they come from Clark's archives. First of all, because all the patients have throat conditions. And secondly, their name starts with either A, B, C, or D, and it is precisely the files that match these letters that have been tampered with.
But why burn these files? How come the names of the two victims appear on them? And who are the two other patients?
These are very good questions.
Hello, Poirot?
Any news, Chief Inspector?
You wanted a stocking seller? We have one. Reported by his landlady, who thought he was behaving suspiciously. He has the most unbelievable name.
Alexander Bonaparte Cust.
Yes, Alexander Bonaparte Cust? How did you guess? Poirot, you have magical powers. It's a serious lead. I called Doncaster. A person matching Cust's description has been seen at the station. He got off the train from London, but after that, nobody knows where he went.
Look for him at the Black Swan Hotel.
What? How do you know he's there?
Trust me, Chief Inspector.
You appear to be very sure of yourself. Very well. I'll call the Black Swan straight away. The owner is going to get a shock when he learns that there's a murderer under his roof.
Chief Inspector, I would rather call myself.
As you wish. Please go ahead.
Hello, the Black Swan. Hercule Poirot here. May I speak to the owner?
Speaking. Dick Dudley Dunbar. How can I help you?
Is there Mr. Cust among your guests?
He arrived today. Shall I call him for you?
No, it is you I wish to speak with.
But who is this Cust?
Have you heard about the ABC case?
Oh, yes. I must say I'm not all that reassured, what with my name starting with D and all that.
You're in danger. Beware of your guest.
Do you think that Cust might be dangerous? Oh, I do hope you're wrong. He seems so harmless, you know. Oh, yes, completely harmless.
We must not overestimate the danger. After all, we are not absolutely sure he is guilty.
What should I do?
Watch him. If he leaves the hotel, watch where he is heading. I'll call the police in Doncaster immediately. When they arrive, keep out of the way.
Oh, indeed. I shall keep out of the way. I have a bad heart, you see, and a big shot could kill me. Thank you.
Hello, Poirot. We have some good news. The police in Doncaster have caught our man at the Black Swan Hotel. They're sending him here by train. while we're waiting to question Cust, we could search his room in London.
Where does he live?
The Marbury Guest House?
I'll see you there.
Yes, but start without me. First of all, I have to sort out a few details for Cust's transfer.
I understand. À bientôt. Hastings, we are making good progress. Please go and search the room of our #1 suspect.
With pleasure. I did have a dentist appointment, but I'll cancel.
The dentist. So that is why you are so nervous and bad-tempered.
A visit to the dentist is never an enjoyable prospect.
But an unavoidable one. Go to your appointment, Hastings. I will manage on my own. To Marbury Guest House, please.
Ja pierdzie.
It looks like I've found the real master of this house. There is no need to worry about the household cat. I'm sure that Mrs. Marbury lets it do what it pleases.
How do you do? You must be Mr. Hercule Poirot. Chief Inspector Jupp told me that you might be coming.
Madame, you may be of valuable help to me.
It would be my pleasure to help you. Will there be some journalists there as well?
I think you might even be interviewed. You are key witness.
I've suspected him for some time, but he appeared so harmless. Oh yes, sometimes he got angry and waved his arms about. But even then, he wasn't frightening. And he was as gentle as a lamb again immediately afterwards. It was only this morning that I understood. He told me he was going to Cheltenham, but my daughter saw him at Euston Station. It's not the right station. To get to Cheltenham, you have to take the train from Paddington. And what's more, Mr. Cuss left behind an ABC with Doncaster underlined. As you can imagine, when I saw that, I called Scotland Yard.
Well done. You were right. He did go to Doncaster.
So I was right to warn the police.
Tell me, did you have any other reason to suspect Mr. Cust?
Well, he's odd. Sometimes he coughs really loudly and complains that his throat is burning, and sometimes he talks to himself and stares into space. He told me that it was because of a wound he got in the war. His head hasn't been quite right since, he said. And then he was in Churston when that millionaire got murdered. I found his train ticket when I washed his coat. He didn't want me to wash his shirt. He washed it himself. But I did see big brown stains on it.
Where were the stains on the shirt?
On the collar and on the buttonholes.
Got used to travel for his work. Is that correct?
Oh, it wasn't for pleasure. He was always unwell on trains. But he had to sell his stockings around England. I have to respect my engagements, he used to say.
Do you know where Cust was at the time of the murder in Andover and Bexhill? On June the 21st and July the 25th?
No, I don't know. That was a while ago, you know.
But surely you keep a register.
It won't do you much good. Mr. Cuss rents his room for the year. If he goes away for a few days, I have no reason to make a note of it. Ah! I remember one thing. Bexer's by the sea, right?
Indeed, it is a large seaside resort.
Well, as it happens, at the start of July, Mr. Cast asked me to repair his bathing dress. Suspicious, huh?
Very interesting. Please continue.
I also forgot to say that he started buying newspapers that talked about the case.
Which newspapers?
The evening ones and the daily ones.
That will be all for now. I'm going to take a look at his room.
Take the key on the counter.
This woman appears to be in a good mood. Mrs. Marbury is in a good mood. She is working very precisely in producing incredibly thin peel.
I don't think my register will help you.
The truth is becoming apparent. I have something to say to Mrs. Marbury. Mrs. Marbury, if I am to believe the register, you rented room 306 to a certain Mr. Fishman on the day of the Bexhill murder? Room 306 is Cuff's room. Can you explain yourself?
Yes, I remember. Just for one night as a favor. Mr. Cust was away, all my other rooms were taken, and poor Mr. Fishman had nowhere to go.
You rented the same room to two people. Very profitable, but quite illegal.
But I didn't harm anyone. I was only helping everybody out.
Coś tu kurde jest nie tak. Coś mu robi w konia. Jeżeli to nie było jego rzeczy, albo ktoś coś wiedział.
It is a very beautiful piano. Maybe Mrs. Marbury likes to play in her free time.
Dobra, idziemy na górę. Krew?
This dark stain. It could be blood, but could... Trousers, white shirts, everything has been washed. The Bexhill daily paper. Most probably the bathing dress. All the main articles referring to the ABC case are here, from the Churston murder on...
Laudanum.
Laudanum Cameron's chemist. Laudanum, A medicine for coughs. This subject would probably be useful. Diethyl barbituric acid, Johnson Company. I know this medicine. This subject would probably... How hopeful. This place is a real mess. The least we can say that Mr. Cust is not very concerned about order and balance.
Ach, momencik, trzeba poprawić.
War of 1914-19... An army dispatch, wounded on the Somme front, victim of a gas attack, Corporal Cust. A long-bladed knife. This subject would pop. It's an ABC. It's an... John Milligan, Managing Director, Silky Legs, Frederick Street, Leicester. Dear Sir, further to our letters dated 5th and 10th of the month, we confirm we are you as door-to-door salesman, according to the conditions stated in our previous letters. We will send you the articles by mail, and also regarding the schedule of your rounds, please do as following. June 21, Andover. Arrive by train the 20th in the evening and... This letter establishes that Cust went to Andover, but the ink has hidden the destinations of his other trips. I know from Mrs. Marbury that...
No to się wszystko wyjaśni.
Did Cust drop it when he opened the window? Or was it Mrs. Marbury while she was cleaning? Cust is parsimonious. He keeps his pencils and sharpens them until there is nothing left. It is clear that he did not grow up in luxury. I have to get the ribbon. How am I going to do it? The ribbon is jammed. I have to start by freeing it. The ribbon is jammed. I have to start by freeing it. The ribbon is jammed. I have to... The left-hand heel has been removed. The right-hand heel has been removed. Something is blocking the ribbon. Something is blocking the ribbon. And here is the ribbon. Let us see if it was indeed used to write the letters sent by ABC. I only need the ink ribbon for my inquiry. I will let Jack clean the keyboard if he wishes.
O, to jest jakaś trofka wpadła, poczwórne koło zębate. No dobra.
All the letters announcing the murders were written on Cust's typewriter.
No, zaktualizował mi się akurat Final 15, dobrze. Myślę, że jak przejdę grę, to wejdę, bo ten festyn ciągle jest w finalu.
ABC guys, enough to sign about a dozen murders. It's closed. It's closed. ABC guide. This knife is very useful. Who knows? Maybe it never cut anything other than string. Stockings. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Dobra. To będzie tam.
The register shows that Cust did not sleep at the guest house on the day of the murder. Where was he? Bexhill. The Bexhill paper reveals it. Cust bought this newspaper in Bexhill on July the 25th. No use continuing the inspection of this room. I've seen all there is to see. Goodbye, Mrs. Marbury.
Bye.
Ah, Chief Inspector. I was about to...
Good evening, Chief Inspector. Welcome. Please excuse me, I must go to the kitchen. I'll leave...
I'm sorry I'm late. I've spent ages with the Doncaster police.
I have established one fact. On 3 occasions, I had best talk to Jap.
I've listened closely to what you have to say, Poirot. For me, there's no doubt Cust is guilty. Do you have any element that might prove the contrary?
That is what we're going to look for. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
O kurde, fiu.
The evidence against Cust is overwhelming. His presence at the scenes, the knife, the blood-stained shirt, the ABCs in a box.
C'est vrai. However, the blood Mrs. Marbury saw on Cust's shirt may have been his own. According to his medical records, he suffers from hemoptysis. The murderer cut Sir Carmichael's throat from behind, and the blood spurted outwards. You would expect the murderer's shirt to be stained on the sleeves, not on the buttonholes. Yet we see quite the opposite. You would expect the murderer to keep the newspaper articles about his crimes. But Cust's collection starts in Cheston, as if it discovered the case rather late.
I agree it's troubling, but it doesn't change my mind. There's small details that we should be able to clear up by questioning Cust.
When can we talk to him?
Doncaster is sending him to us on the first train.
Are they questioning him already?
He says he can't remember a thing.
It's plausible. Doctors say he suffers from absences and amnesia. Mrs. Marbury has confirmed this.
He may have done the murders in an altered state.
A familiar situation.
It's not enough to clear his name. Dr. Thompson insisted that even if you don't know what you're doing, you never commit a murder without wanting to.
Możliwe, że to nie on.
Très intéressant. I shall remember that.
Kiszer może to.
Right. I'll go and examine the suspect's room.
Chief Inspector, I took the liberty of removing a few clues to examinatum.
All right, we'll discuss them tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm going to see if you've missed something.
Dobrze, spadać.
I've been going past this modest guest house for so long. I would never have thought that the ABC case would lead me here. To Scotland Yard, please.
Ja mam nadzieję, że to już prawie koniec jest. Kurde, już pierwsza 30.
This man is not in good shape. He is worried and very tired, and other police have been hard on him.
Dobra, kolejna trawka około.
Laudanum, a medicine for coughs. It is what Dr. Clark prescribed for Mrs. Ash. I know this medicine. It is a powerful sedative.
What do you want from me?
Good day, ABC. Do you know who I am?
Someone who's got it in for me.
I am Hercule Poirot, and I want nothing other than the truth.
Ah, you're the detective.
Yes, I am the person you have been sending the letters to.
I didn't write these letters. I've already said so.
Maybe you forgot that you wrote these letters.
Yes, it's true. Sometimes I forget. Maybe I did type them.
Are you capable of murder, Mr. Cust?
All these questions are giving me a headache.
Take this. It will help you.
Thank you. Oh, good God, my shirt is covered in blood again.
Bon. I now know where the bloodstains Mrs. Marbury saw came from. Are you well enough to speak?
Yes, I feel much...
Are you capable of murder, Mr. Cust?
All these questions are giving me a headache.
You suffered during the war.
It's true. I was wounded. I suffered. But... the army was the only place I didn't feel inferior. No questions. Just orders to follow.
But ever since you were wounded, you have absences, bouts of amnesia.
And headaches.
Professor Clark treated you.
Yes, a few years ago he really helped me with my burned throat.
Of course, you never considered killing a doctor who took such good care of you.
No. No, never.
Do you deny being at the scene of the crimes?
So? There was no harm in being there. It was only for my work.
You were seen at all the crime scenes.
Yes, I was. I travel a lot. But not for pleasure. I am terribly unwell in trains. But I had to respect my engagements. My employer gave me very precise written instructions about the towns I had to visit.
Let's see. The company you claim to work for, Silky Legs, has never heard of you. And as for these letters they sent you, they were written on your own typewriter.
The company sent me the typewriter when I started working for them.
Yes, but the letters were received afterwards. So it would appear that you typed them before sending them to yourself.
I don't remember. Good God! I don't know what's happening to me. My head hurts terribly.
Take this. It will help you.
I think I'll be fine.
Let us see, Cust. Look at me. You know very well that you committed these murders?
Yes, I know.
But I'm not wrong in saying that you do not know why you committed them.
To nie on.
No, I don't.
Coś tu jest nie tak. Za prosto by było.
And what conclusions have you drawn?
Plenty. It might help us to understand him a little better. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Jest.
I don't see any clearer than before. This is worse.
There is one point to highlight. C'est curieux. Cust admits that he killed, but he does not know why. What did Dr. Thompson say? Even if Cust killed while in an altered state, it still must have been his deepest desire. He must have had a motive.
Let's keep it simple. Never mind his motive. He confessed.
But you see, he can confess to anything and everything. He denied the murders and then he confessed to them. He confirmed that he never typed the letters, then with great ease, I managed to get him say quite the opposite.
Come on, he behaved like a guilty man. He lied to his landlady.
Because deep down he believes himself guilty. From the papers, he noticed that he had always been at the scene of the crimes. He must think that he killed and then simply forgot what he had done.
How can you be so sure?
Let us look at his psychological profile. You will understand my point of view. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Tam, to będzie raczej tam. Aha, boom. Boom, baby. Ty.
You see? Cuss' character is quite the opposite of the murderer's.
But if he's a madman, can we really talk about his character?
You know very well that our murderer does not behave like a psychopath. Apart from the signature, there is no ritual repetition in the choice of victims.
Very well, you're right as always. So, we have no confession, no culprit, no suspects, nothing. And all that after 2 months of inquiry? What should I do?
Have faith. Just give me 24 hours.
Ua. Kurde. Dobra, pora wrócić na hajs. Na chatę raczej.
To White Heaven, please.
Ciekawe, czy jeszcze dużo zostało do końca. Ach, już bym się położył spać. Kurde, to już niedziela. A, może i znów do roboty. W poniedziałek.
Cust's arrest is a great success for you, Poirot. It's all clear now, except maybe 1 or 2 details.
Details. Ah, mon ami. The devil is in the detail, as we say.
Excuse me?
Patience, Hastings. Everything will be clear once our guests arrive. Best be prepared. Slip a revolver into your pocket before they do.
A revolver? But Poirot, what are you afraid of?
Trust me. It is important you carry a weapon for this meeting. I will lend you mine.
What about telling me what you have in
Kurde, to
mind?
Hastings każdy morderca?
Surtout pas. You wouldn't be able to play your role. Wait 1 moment, I will bring you my weapon.
Nie, niemożliwe. Zawsze był pomocnikiem. Kto ma ten rewolwer?
Daily Flicker. A big cost. The Lancet. How but his amnesia.
No, może to. No to jest w końcu. Z wrażenia muszę za wąsik podkręcić. Może jeszcze dziś na ten festiwal skoczę. Ogólnie
The
wiem, że
white
to się
ammunition
planuje.
are blank cartridges. The others are real bullets. The white ammunition are blank cartridges. The others are real bullets. The revolver is loaded with blanks. I still have time to choose real bullets. The revolver is loaded. The revolver is loaded with blanks. I still have time to choose real bullets. My revolver is loaded. I now have to give it to Hastings.
What about telling me...
Surtout pas. You wouldn't be able to play your role. Wait. Voila, I entrust you with my weapon. It has hardly been used. It is almost new.
O, wąsik Gandiego, kolejna trofka.
Chief Inspector, is that you?
Yes. Sorry, but we haven't found anything.
Have you checked the typewriter?
And the packaging, the letter, and the ribbon reel. We've only found prints left by Cust and his landlady.
Well, never mind. I shall make do.
So, are you still going to hold your meeting?
Of course, Chief Inspector. I can hear my guest coming up the stairs.
Właścicielka nie powinna dotykać, przecież tak by nie miała jak.
Why have you brought us here, Mr. Poirot?
Since Cust's arrest, I thought it was all done and dusted. Miss Gray formally identified him, as well as Miss Barnard.
Yes, and the stockings he sold are of the same brand as the ones found at my aunt's.
This is all true. However, a case is not closed if some questions remain open. And one question is, why did the murderer send me his letters? Why did he challenge me, Hercule Poirot?
Perhaps he wanted to play with you, to taunt you.
Xenophobia? Maybe he didn't like you because you're foreign.
I may be wrong, but maybe by provoking you, he was looking for glory?
All these theories should be studied. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
O, no. Nie. Też nie. Kurde.
Is everything clear now?
You might like to explain your reasoning again.
Of course. First of all, remember that the murderer made it a rule to always post his letter before the murder. He never digressed from that rule. However, in Churston, he encountered a problem. The village has only 500 inhabitants. With advance warning, it would be easy to arrest him. Therefore, the murderer delayed his letters deliberately with the wrong address. The plan wouldn't have worked if he'd sent it to Scotland Yard or the papers, because everybody knows their addresses. The mistake would have been corrected, and the letter would have been on time. That is why the murderer chose me as the recipient.
Because for his plan to succeed, it was necessary for at least one of the letters to have a wrong address and get lost. It was very cunning.
Absolument. It is a very subtle plan. It matches the profile we have drawn up of him perfectly. That of an intelligent, daring and calculating murderer.
But that's not how you describe Cust.
You are quite right, mademoiselle. Like you, I find it hard to believe that this dull character is the clever murderer we are looking for.
Do madmen... I mean, if he's mad, he might have two very different sides.
No doubt. But the murderer is not mad. All the specialists agree that he does not have the profile of the psychopath.
But if Cust is not guilty, how do you explain his presence at the scene of the crimes?
Mr. Clark, the answer to your question is in the medical records of your brother's patients. Documents which Cust most certainly did not have access to. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Zostały dwie osoby, ktoś z domu tych krastów. No to? Nie. Tak. Zostawić sobą. Tak. To. Kurde. Coś późno godzina mózg mi nie pracuje.
Dr. Clark's patients' records provided a very useful list of potential victims, sorted by alphabetical order. The killer definitely used it, explaining the fact that all the victims were former patients of the doctor. It is this fact that clears Cust once and for all, because he never had access to these records. So how did he happen to be at the scene of the crimes? Either the murderer sent him there, or Cust was following him closely. Cust's highly suggestible nature leads us to the second hypothesis. The murderer was manipulating him. He systematically sent Cust to the towns where he was going to strike, so that the suspicion would land on the poor man's shoulder.
That's evil. What sort of killer could have such a plan? And what would he gain from three completely different murders?
Indeed, it seems unlikely that the same murderer committed all the crimes. What should we take from that? Just one murder was of benefit to the murderer. The others were just diversions. On reflection, there is only one conclusion. The murderer killed once out of interest and twice to divert our attention. This reasoning points at two potential culprits.
Franklin Clark.
Donald Fraser?
Yes, mademoiselle. That's good thinking. Mr. Fraser may have killed Betty out of jealousy. Mr. Clark may have killed his brother in order to inherit his large fortune. Both have a motive.
But Donald did not have access to Dr. Clark's records.
Please allow me to disagree with you, mademoiselle. He works for Court and Brunskill, one of whose clients was Sir Carmichael.
It doesn't prove that I went to Comeside.
You could have done it, and you may have used the opportunity to take a look at Sir Carmichael's records.
You think I'm guilty?
You or Mr. Franklin Clark?
That's ridiculous.
Both of you have a motive. The question is, which of you has the profile that most resembles the murderer? Let us now try and get our brain cells to work.
Czy to? Nie. A, dobra, to prawdopodobnie to. Boom. Blisko.
Ladies and gentlemen, Donald may share many character traits with the murderer, but he does not have his cold indifference. He has a temper. It is hard to imagine him planning anything. Also, jealousy is his motive, and crimes of passion are rarely planned.
Right, I suppose it's my turn to be subjected to the same scrutiny.
Absolument, Mr. Clark. Let us now try and get our brain cells to work. As you have all seen, there is a disturbing similarity between Mr. Clark's profile and that of the killer. In actual fact, it is exactly the same.
O kurde.
Mr. Poirot, your psychological studies are interesting, but your conclusions do not add up. Why would I have wished my brother's death? The inheritance is lawfully mine. I just have to wait.
No, you had to act quickly. Because of Miss Grey. Mademoiselle, although you haven't been telling the truth, there is no doubt in my mind that you would have found a way to marry Sir Carmichael after Lady Clark's death. For you, Mr. Clark, it was a disaster. If Miss Grey had children by your brother, you would not have inherited a thing. You realized the danger after reading several letters from Comside, especially one in which your brother opened his heart to you. So you hurried home from China, and you took action. In truth, Cust was no more than a puppet manipulated by the real culprit. You, Mr. Clark.
Such an imagination, Mr. Poirot. In fact, nobody manipulated Cust. The famous instructions he received by post. He wrote them on the typewriter. We know that for sure.
Oh, no. You know perfectly well. That is not true. Eh bien, voilà. Light has now been shed on the ABC murders.
Your theories are ingenious, but you haven't any proof.
One point to him. For the moment, I have no material proof. Either I admit to it, or I bluff. Proof is easy to find now that we know where to look.
You have nothing on me. You're bluffing, Mr. Poirot. Come on, Thora, there's nothing for us to do here.
Don't touch me.
Thora!
I understand why you never wanted to lend me your new typewriter, and why you were searching through your brother's things. And the hole you dug on the moors. What did you hide there? The knife you used to kill your brother?
All right. Well played. I lose. The game's up. Don't come near me! I'll never let you take me, Mr. Poirot.
Prawda.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clark, there is no easy death for you. I expected your reaction, so I used blanks. I'm sorry, mademoiselle, but your second chance has been lost. Franklin Clark will never inherit his brother's fortune.
Kurde, niesamowita gra. O, jest moc. No teraz czeka mnie tak naprawdę przejść się jedno, żeby popełnić wszystkie błędy.
Disappointed at having missed the chance to become Lady Clark, Thora Grey left England. Donald Fraser and Megan Barnard married. On Poirot's recommendation, Mary Drower started to work for Lady Clark. The elderly lady's condition suddenly took a turn for the better. And a few months later, to Dr. Logan's great surprise, she was back on her feet again. According to this eminent physician, it appears to be an extremely rare case of spontaneous remission. Lady Clark has enjoyed very good health ever since. Journal of an Innocent, the incredible story of ABC. As for A.B. Cust, after being advised by Poirot, he made a great deal of money by selling his story to the press. And as for me, and with business booming, the Black Swan has become the #1 tourist attraction in the whole of Yorkshire, even more popular than York Minster.
Kurde, niesamowite. Postęp 100% gry, 491 na 600. No, dosyć dużo.
When Franklin understands that his brother's inheritance is going to be stolen from under his nose, he decides
Nie wiem. No dobrze. Na chwilę obecną to raczej będzie wszystko. Nie wiem ile trofek mi jeszcze zostało. Do tego 100% gry. No ale muszę przyznać, że gra była niesamowicie przyjemna. Łap sobie to coś. Fakt miło było wycięli trochę szare komórki, czym się nie zdarza na części. No i do następnego filmiku. Prawdopodobnie jeszcze wrócę do tej gry, żeby dorobić te 100%. Czyli po prostu przejdę grę skipując wszystko co się daje, robiąc w pośpiechu. Z poradnikiem, bo żeby tego właśnie osła zdobyć, wiem, że to jest potrzebne. No. Co będę w następne grał? No to na pewno teraz wbiję na chwilę jeszcze do Finala 15. Zrobię sobie ten evencik. Zobaczę ten nowy strój dla Noctisa, jak ten festyn przebywa, ten Muggle festyn czy jakoś tak. No i później prawdopodobnie zabieram się za Rise of Tomb Raider. Faktycznie już mam w planach kupienie Final Fantasy World, coś tam, World. Jak się nie mylę, wyszedł chyba przed albo po 15. No mniejsza z tym. To planuję kupić, no i jeszcze Sherlocka Holmesa. Dobra. Na razie do następnego filmiku. Trzymajcie się. Pozdro.